Second half of the day saw presentations on the policy and the Sierra Leone Research and Education Network. And discussions ensued on the policy, which is our primary goal for the workshop. Various groups looked at the objectives as stipulated in the policy, and their task was to pick the best 6 policies, objectives to work with. And the various groups, 4 in number, came out with the best 6 that they thought was a priority for development of science and technology and of the nation. And presentations were done with justifications for the choice. And all these presentations were submitted for coalition, because we want to have a collective view from stakeholders, as you are, of the 6 priority areas we want to look at. And so Dr. Samba Sise had looked at them and has done the ranking, and he'll be sharing the outcome. Today we are going to be looking at those 6 areas that we have collectively chosen, and we now work on them, preferring implementation pathway for those 6 objectives, assign responsibilities to entities that will be responsible for its implementation and monitoring. We'll look at timelines and, of course, funding sources. So in short, that is our assignment for today. We hope that we'll be able to complete about the same time we did yesterday, if not earlier, so that those who want to travel back to their various destinations will do so before the end of the day. On that note, I thank you all. Yesterday, we had a brief talk from the FCDO rep, as she said she was going to have a meeting with the country representative, and then today she will give us her full statement. On that note, I want to call Dr. Mamusu Harris Siche to please come up.
Hello, everyone. I am so sorry, but I should have updated. I need to defer again. I couldn't meet the High Commissioner. So let me defer, comment on that, because I wouldn't want to speak out of turn. Yeah.
So then we continue. I want to call on Professor Yekini Algali to please chair this session.
discuss them there, or then they go back into the groups?
Then they go back into them.
In the groups. Formal voting, okay.
So maybe they should
No, let them go back into the groups, because otherwise, because you see they're there for report later for each. Good morning, all. Well, we will go into section 5A, developing an integrated plan for Sierra Leone STI policy. Let's have a small discussion on how we want to go about it. There are 4 groups as of yesterday, and I think we will maintain those groups. People will go to wherever they belong. We'll call the leaders to give us brief description of what they've done so far, and then the group members will go with the leader to continue working, so that at the end of the day, between 12:15 and 1:30, they'll come and give us the full report, each group leader. I hope all the group leaders are here. Huh? Are the group leaders here? They're all here. And people know to which group. The 4 of you. Group 1 is the leader. Group 1 is group 2, group 2, group 3, group 3, yes, and then group 4. Okay, fine. So what we'll do, we would ask each of the leaders to briefly tell us what they've done so far. And then at the end, we'll break up into the 4 groups again and continue with the work. So briefly, can we have group 1, leader of group 1, to just briefly tell us what they've done so far? Who was the leader? Yes. This is just for us to ensure that some work has been done. This is just for us to be sure some work has been done. Or do you want to just break up and continue working? Eh? So very little has been done. To go back into your various groups, and then you come back later on to report. Okay. So can we ask that we break up into the 4 groups? Have a leader who will come and present, because now we see people say, no, you are the leader, I'm not the leader. Somebody to present. Okay. So we'll break up into the 4 groups. There are tables there, round tables there. You will use some of those, and we can use some of. So group 1 and 2 have been collapsed. So, okay, group 1 and 2 together. Then group 3, then group 4.
There have been some modification. Today, since the priority areas are 6, we are going to have 6 groups. First of all, I'm going to...
Oh, 6 groups?
Yes, so some people will have to change group according to specialties. For example, if you have energy as a priority, definitely there should be an energy expert there. So we'll make sure that one person...
So it's now 6 groups?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
I think I will
explain that. So you go and make it. Okay, I've just been informed there have been some new developments. Instead of 4 groups, we now have 6 groups. And they want people to go into groups based on their specialties, so that they can come up flesh things out and come up with a report. For us to understand what the new developments are, I would ask Dr. Samba to lead us so that we know the 6 groups, we know what is expected of each group, and then we divide ourselves into the 6 groups based on our specialties.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Professor Algali. We hope you have a restful sleep and we are very fresh and ready for today. As Madam Kaiwa said when we started, we don't want to hold you on for long today. Yesterday was one topic and we took close to 1 hour. So today, the 6th topic, we don't want to repeat it several times. So, but I have an assignment yesterday. So you cannot allow me to continue without showing you my assignment. So first of all, let me go to the results of what happened yesterday. So I don't know if you are seeing clear at the board. So these were the 13 priority areas, 15. And then these were the groups. What we did, we just take, for example, group 3, group 1. You give first position to food, we give 1 there. You give second position to human capital development, we give. So similarly, that's what we do for all groups. So first of all, I want you to watch to see if what is projected is what you submitted. So if that is the case, we look at the highest frequency because what is common to all should not be left out, definitely. Then, if what is common to all, we find the average of the ranks. But for this average, it will be which one is the lowest, that's been the position. That means comes first. For these frequencies, which one is the highest? So first of all, you look at the frequency, and then you can use this to rank it. Please, we know we have statisticians here. You can make your comments and we adjust and have our 6 before we start. So, but what we have done, this is what we have done. And what we came up with was that food and security comes first. They have the highest frequency and they have the best ranking. Second was health. They also have the highest frequency and they have the second best average ranking. Third was environment, yeah. So like that. But when you come to the 6th one, you see that the frequency for national cohesion and security was 2, and for information and communication is 2. And also when we take the rank, the average rank, this is 6.5. The average rank is 5.55. So they have a tie. So what we did, we don't know if you can agree. You remember there was this group, one-man group. Our professor, he projected these 2 areas, cohesion, and he talks also about open science. So because he gave some attraction for cohesion, so that we choose this one instead of this. So that one becomes the 6th. So this is why it's like group 5, break the tie. So this is what we have for you. If you have any query, and then we start. Any comments? Is it complex? No, the moment. Fair enough. Any other comment? Yes, sir.
National priority. So, for example, you see Okay, so for the tiebreaker, I think we should have looked at what is in the national priority. So for example, digitalization is in the national priority. So I think ICT leans more towards that, just my opinion.
Saying the tiebreaker should not have gone to national and social, national cohesion and security. He says should go to information and communication technology. Even though definitely you can all comment, but I want to say, no, don't think that those left out will not be utilized. For example, if we are saying energy, technology to give energy solutions. If you are saying health, you can use emerging technology in health, just like that. So we will definitely make use of almost all of them, but the key teams are these ones that will be selected. Yeah, anybody want to toe the line or say something else different from what Abdul have said? Yeah.
Yeah, this is in line with what you have said. In terms of those items left out, which we consider maybe second priorities, what do we do about them? Because things like information communication technology and all of these are cost-cutting. What do we do in terms of detailing the activities, you know, to ensure that it is impactful, at least, in all the others? How do we do? What do we do? Do we just leave them out and forget about them?
So we will look at them, but as I said, now when we look at them,
natural resources is part of environment. So if we're not hijacking, or you want to join us? Okay.
looking at our number, I think each group should have at least 6. If we don't see that, then we will try to distribute people. Yeah. You want to say? Yeah. Yeah. Group 1 is here. Okay. In the central position. Okay.
Those who want to work within the health sector, please join. Yeah, please join.
Yeah.
Group 3. Group 3. Energy. Energy.
Let the others go over there.
Group 4, Susan. 4 is national capital development. So can you use the round table there? 5, Dr. Kaisam. No, these people are here, so you should move. There's another round table there. There's a round table, empty one. There are 2 empty ones there. Then group 6, Mr. Kelly. So where do you want to sit? Yeah. So can people volunteer into the different groups for a start? You now know where they are, so volunteer into the health. Are you want the cow?
Health over here, please. Health, biomedical over here.
I'm going to environment.
Yes, you should go in the environment.
Health over here, please. Health. Welcome, sir.
Developments.
Health over here, please.
Human capital development. This side, this. Are you here? Oh, you're here? Fine, fine.
Health over here. People don't want
Human
to be
capital
healthy.
development. I'm promoting the woman. The women.
If you want to be healthy, come over here. You want to be healthy, come over here. Healthy people are here.
We want some people in the national cohesion and security. Mr. Kamara, Tinker Kamara, he can join us here. No, he can join us. He's a son of a military. He's a son of a military. Yeah, you can come on and then join us, please. That's a bit sexy for this group. Okay, that's good, bro.
Can we come back to plenary?
Maybe they present for 15 minutes.
No, 10 minutes.
10,
So 10, now 6 groups. Now 1 hour that.
Okay.
Hello? Can we come back to plenary? So we can start the presentations.
Second, let them send one to that email yesterday, same email yesterday.
You have to do the first presentation. No problem. And then you will send to the same email yesterday. Can we start? This session will take 1 hour. 6 presentations. 6 presentations. 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for discussion, each group. Yes, for the presentation and 5, that's 1 hour. Can we return, please? We'll have the first presentation by Group 1, Professor Abdurrahman. And then, first group, Group 1. Then please, you know the email address. You know the email address to forward. The same email as yesterday, you will forward your reports to the same email as yesterday. All reports should be forwarded to the same email as yesterday. We will now have Group 1 make the presentation. Group 1 will make the presentation. 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for questioning. We'll go strictly to time. If you are not ready, we will have Group 2. Group 2, are you ready? Group 2. Group 2. Prof, are you ready? No, we'll be ready in 2 hours. We'll leave you here. We'll leave you here. We'll get the security to drive you from this place. Are you ready? Which group is ready? Which group is ready? That's the email to send your reports to. Are you ready? Yes. So can you do the first presentation while these other people are? Yeah, we can do it. Well, I've asked a presentation. We'll come back to them. We'll come back to them. Group 3.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm presenting on behalf of Energy Group. We have selected the various types of energy under the research group there, the areas. We prioritize them based on what is available in Sierra Leone and its usage. So we consider biomass to be predominantly used as energy in terms of our domestic activities. So the generation we say is through heating, through digesters or biomass from algae. And then for the transmission, we say it can be transmitted through conduits, pipes. For distribution, it can be through bags if it is solid, and then also be in canisters or conduits if it is gas. And then for distribution, it's the same. And also supply is the same. And for the stakeholders, the government of Sierra Leone, of course, the private sector, the international donors, UNDP, World Bank, ADB, etc., etc. Of course, for duration for that one is immediate. The bioenergy can be used immediate. And for hydro, for the generation, can through the generation of weirs across the river, and then or pumped storage, gravity, transmission lines, setup, transformers, step-up transformers, distribution lines, meter devices, of course distribution line as well. And then for stakeholders, it's the same, almost cut across. And for the duration, the time frame there is 2 years, civil work, mechanical work, and also electrical work. So the minimum for those areas we say is 2 years. For thermal, we say requires the generation fossil fuels, thermal machines. Of course, the same transmission lines, step-down transformers, etc., etc. And then the stakeholders is the same, and the minimum is 2 years because it requires the plant's installation, which also involves civil work, requires the electrical aspect of the distribution lines, transmission lines, etc., etc. So the minimum number of years it will take again for thermal is 2 years. For solar, we say also its microgrids can be standalone, mobile panels, etc., etc. Same transmission is the same. It requires, if it is in huge number, huge amount of energy requires step-down transformer, etc., etc. And then it requires immediate, can be used immediate. Meaning it can take up to 3-4 months and then it could be used. For wind energy, it requires the wind turbines, tunnels, etc., etc. Of course, for the research areas for biomass, I will go back forward, but now I only have 5 minutes. Researches, right? Like biogas production, solids, charcoal, briquettes, etc., etc. But for time, we skip it up there. So for wind, of course, requires similar, minimum is 4 years. And for waves energy, requires sea, river, etc., etc. Could be generated. And it requires the transmission lines, step-down transformers, and then the minimum number of years requires is 5 years. For geothermal, require swell system, conduits, earth crust, and then the transmission lines, step-down transformers as well. That one we have not been able to actually come up with a specific timeline when it could be achieved. Similarly goes to nuclear energy. So in the energy sector, we have already looked at 8 areas of energy. So that's the first part of it. For the second part, what's called the deliverables here. So we have looked at them, the 8 areas, based on what we have already stated earlier. For biomass, we spoke about efficient heating system, optimized anaerobic digesters, scalable energy, bioenergy from algae technologies. And then for potential risk, we say inconsistent feedstock supply, the technical challenges in optimization, environmental concerns, and then the risk mitigation. We say diversification of the feedstock sources, continuous research and development for optimization, sustainable practices, and monitoring. We'll also talk about the potential impact. We'll talk about the positive impact, which is reduction of the greenhouse gases, emissions, the local job creation, etc., etc. Now we'll go to hydro. We ask for hydroelectricity, pumped storage systems, gravity-based hydro projects. Of course, we can create artificial hydro energy. It does not necessarily mean we have to have from the river. We can have conduits or tanks can be used, and then maybe in the night or when there is no water remain in the dam can be also used. Gravity can use to do the work to produce energy. And then for environmental impacts, we also have the environmental impacts, the regulatory bodies, hurdles, the technical challenges in storage. And then we'll talk about the environmental impact assessments, collaborations with regulators, pilot testings, and the feasibility studies. Of course, the positive impact is the positive impact, the clean electricity generation, energy security, water, etc., etc. Now we'll go to TAMA. The fossil fuels optimization efficient TAMA machines. We have pollution and emissions, dependency on fossil fuels, technical limitations. We also have clean fuel technology exploration of alternatives, investment in efficiency. We have the positive impact as well as reliable electricity generation, energy access, improvements, the technological advancement, and then we'll have the negative impact as well as pollution resource. Solar. We'll have the microgrids, personalization panels, personalized panels, the intermittency, supply chain distribution, integration challenges, the energy storage, resilient supply chains, collaboration. Positive impacts, we have already stated a few there, and also the negative impacts are there. Then we'll talk about the wind. It requires the turbines, tunnel-based technology. The variability, land, conflicts. Of course, for us, if you want to install wind turbine, it requires large area of land. That may bring some conflicts. Especially when you have some chiefdoms, we have to cross over if it's a boundary. Like, specifically, we look at the area in Kabbalah. So, forecasting, stakeholders, engagement, reliability, research and development. Of course, the positive impacts is a clean energy generation, land use, efficiency, economic development. The negative impact, we have already stated a few there. We have variability, land, conflicts, etc., etc. Wave energy. Wave energy also, so wave energy systems, the technical hurdles, environmental impacts, high costs, the technical innovation, environmental assessments, the financial incentives. Positive impact, we have energy, renewable energy, resource utilization, reduced carbon emissions, the technological innovation. Negative impact, stated a few again. And geothermal, this of course is viable, but it is difficult to harness that one currently in Sierra Leone. But however, because of research, we cannot leave it behind. It is important. The last two, which is the geothermal, we say it's extracted from system resource exploration, the geological uncertainty, drilling costs, the seismicity, surveys, innovation, monitoring. The positive impact we say is clean energy production, reduce reliance on fossil fuels, etc. We already said a few negative impact. For the nuclear also we say it's feasible, but here, of course, we also talked about previously as the time it takes. Some region in our communities, like Ghana, are taking 25 years for them to start. They will start their fossil, the nuclear energy in 2030 or 2035. So it's also possible for Sierra Leone. For research, it's very important. We also look at the fossil fuels use, fissions, research, the nuclear application in food, etc., etc. Safety concerns, public perception, technological hurdles. Here is very important because a mistake for nuclear energy could cause huge disaster. So safety regulations, public engagement, international collaboration, the positive impact is there. We have stated few, and then let's go ahead. Last but not least, we have the group, yes, go. The group members are here. Myself, who is a group leader, Dr. Sharif Sise, Mr. Dr. Sharif Kamara, Mr. Abdul Rahim Jallo, Engineer Unisa, and then you have Mr. Mohammed A. Kamara, and then Mr. Mari S. Kamara. Thank you.
Thank you, this wonderful presentation. Because of the time constraints, we'll take 2 questions and would appeal to others who have comments and questions to please forward them to the Secretariat so that they can be considered and incorporated into the report if there is need for that. We'll take 2 questions and any other comments or questions, please forward to the Secretariat. Same minute.
Can I?
Yes.
Yeah, engineer.
Madam Kaiwa, do we have rapporteurs taking notes of, or do we want to ask people to write down their comments and submit? Do we have rapporteurs who are capable? Nobody took down what Professor Yoma just said. But did you take down what Professor Yoma just said? Oh, you see now?
And the perception around the use of nuclear.
Can we?
Yes.
Okay, what I would do, I would ask Professor Yoma to please note. Yeah, please put down your comments and you will deposit that with the Secretariat so that it can be addressed in the final document. Any other question? One more? One more?
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go right to
I know the right time. Thank you, Engineer Lai. I want to go with the very basic biomass. That technology is very, very old, particularly when it comes to heating. It's as old as human civilization. But there has not been much improvement of the technology. And recent conversion to coal-pot and the like poses danger for the environment, health as well. Is there any way we can take that as a priority area of research? Increase the efficiency and at the same time reduce the hazards. The charcoal, the 3-pot stove, and the coal-pot, the difference is in efficiency, but the technology gap is really not frog-leaping. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Yes.
So can you record that for us?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll go back. I will start with Professor Yobas. That was no question really, but a contribution. The perception with the nuclear energy, the negative perception about nuclear energy. You know, for this part of the world, we are not too curious about those technologies that are going to maybe chemical weapons, as the case may be. Elsewhere, it is being done. So there is kind of phobia. And the hazard we have seen that it caused recently in Japan, you know, when there was a tide developed in the sea, come over, the kind of catastrophe we saw. So it also creates that kind of phobia in Africa, generally, when we don't have much of those life-saving equipment. So it's a time, and we'll get there. And secondly, is a research area. In Africa, we have not produced more researchers in this nuclear area, right? Those who study energy or those who study physics, right? We all go around some other energies except this nuclear energy. Sometimes, years back, nuclear energy was at the helm of research in Europe, America. But now they are not moving away from it because of the hazards surrounded it. So those are the things it's creating. But that cannot reduce our research in that capacity.
There are risks involved in everything in life. Exactly. So you have to take care of it. Don't have your antenna up as you go ahead. So we should not be afraid of using nuclear energy.
I agree. Then back to Professor Bimba. Of course, there is a potential. Research has proved that charcoal, or the stove we are using charcoal, there's high potential that we can capture those CO2 or those bad emissions from charcoal, from those stoves. It is possible, right? So that also cannot deter. But now talk about the efficiency, the thermal efficiency of those stoves, how efficient it could be, right? It's also another research area. It is possible, right? But for us now to increase the efficiency could be a bit different because you have to tamper with already prepared stove. And tamper with it also tamper with the efficiency, right? But for those emissions could be captured with the current existing stove. It is possible.
Well, let me thank you for the presentation and for the question and answer section. We hope you would write down your answers to these two questions, give to the Secretariat so that it would improve on the final report. Any other person who has any comments or suggestions to make, please direct to the Secretariat so that it can be included. Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause, please? We take group 1. This is Jala fight. This is this is Jala fight.
Present before the insert. The mic refused to work, but I have an inbuilt mic, no problem. Good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, group 5, we took the best group and the best presentation. Oh, please put all your comments and forward it to the secretariat because of time factor, so that we can go very fast. Yeah, the group members are listed. Go. Yeah, under the environment, we map out the research areas, land degradation, mining and deforestation, and the strategies involved, the stakeholders involved in the time frame. And under the land degradation, mining and deforestation, review guidelines. There are policies on top of decks, chairs that have gathered not only dust, but cockroaches, termites, and the like. So we need to review those ones so they identify the gaps and make regulations. We identify the key experts and institutions. Furthermore, we also identify the forester collaborations and leakages among experts, methodology, development of field survey and laboratory work. Under the stakeholders, wait. Yeah, move. Okay, good. I'm just trying to tell him when he moves. Yeah, yeah. Under the stakeholders, we have the line ministries, Ministry of Mines, Land, Forestry, Environment, and the MDADs, higher education institutions, tertiary institutions, the local councils, international partners and development agencies. A time frame given to this could be between 3 to 5 years, but for me, it has to be ongoing since it's related to environment issues. The next to identify was pollution control and environmental health. Review of guidelines as case may be. We note the strategies are interwoven. Policies are there, but these policies have to be reviewed to identify the gaps, and from that one we can build it up, update it, and make recommendations. We identify the key stakeholders and the experts in these institutions to help and foster collaboration and leakages. Similarly, we have the institutions, the Sierra Leone Standards Bureau, the local councils, the environmental protection agencies, the tertiary institutions, international partners, agencies. Our time frame could be within the next 1 to 2 years. The next one is waste management, disposal, recycling, and reuse. Unfortunately, in Sierra Leone, we do have recycling facilities. So all our waste are just dumped either at Bome, the 2 Bomes we have at Kinton and Ferry Junction, or at the back of houses, or on the drainages out there. Review guidelines as usual, identification of experts and the stakeholders concerns. We talk about the local council, SLREN, tertiary institutions, and then collaborations with partners. This one should be ongoing. And the next is conservation of land and water resources, biodiversity, and ecosystem restoration. Similarly, the same strategies employed for the first 2 is going to be here also, and the time frame there should be within the next 3 to 5 years. Regulations, edification survey and laboratory work, of course, it's very important in research. And the national meteorology agencies, these are the stakeholders involved, conservation society, tertiary institutions, international partners. And this for sure, climate change effects, it's ongoing, and we have to be on it. And the natural resources, anthropogenic activities, mining, deforestation, overfishing and sustainable farming, wetlands, savanna, woodlands. The same strategies are being employed, the same stakeholders are there, and the time frame could be 3 or more years. The policies were identified, the policies will be reviewed and updated, research gaps identified and addressed. And then the expert capacity and institutions strengthening, collaboration and network, local and international partners strengthening, methodology developed, data collection, analysis, publication of key findings. We can use that to publish our articles, write books, as the case may be. Potential risks, political instability, Lack of resources, which is very key in everything we are doing here. If we don't have money, we just talk and go back. Lack of resources, human and financial resources. Establishment of research funding, scheme and trust fund is very key. If we have a research scheme, for example, that all the banks maybe pay 0.5% of their profits, or the institutions, some institutions like financial generated institutions like NRA and the likes, NSTIC, they pay 0.5% to this research fund. It will help greatly to mitigate some of this issue. Establishment of research fund and allocation of budgets by central government. Builds collaboration, build collaborations and alliance with key potential stakeholders. The last one there is Resilience Nation Enhance. Please forward it to the Secretary because of time. Thank you all for listening. Thank you.
You will take 1 or 2 questions.
Noted, noted.
So the first question, and please write down your questions and comments. You're also writing down. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. I think you shouldn't have used the mic. You shouldn't have used the mic. Using the mic make it environmentally horrible for us when you use it. Yes, we are not okay without the mic. That's just a joke. Under waste management, I think one of the measures that should be put there is that there should be a reduction in the use of non-biodegradable material, especially for packing, like plastics. Okay, I think that's a very important aspect. I was in Rwanda some times ago, and there, plastic packages is banned. So you use papers for everything. I could see that the environment is quite very clean. So I think that one should be something to put there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We have time factor, limitation of time, and I can assure you
No. All right. Please put my name as one of your group members.
We'll now call group number 1.
Number 1, priority area in this whole exercise, that's food security and modern agriculture. You know, Jala University, of course, we have food security as an area of importance to us. So we have developed, you know, in collaboration with the FAO, a course, which is a university course. That means it is mandatory for all university students admitted at Jala, you know, to have this course on food security and the right to food. So we have that one. So I just want to highlight this issue. So we looked at this area as a two-pronged, you know, approach. First, we looked at food security and also modern agriculture, because food security can be acquired either through production or earning, you know, something, the means, you know, to get the food itself. So you have to look at both angles of food security. So in the area of production, so we have looked at, first, in terms of research, the precision farming technology, because we are looking at the modern means of acquiring food security through production. So implementation strategy here, first we are looking at, you know, we need to know, we have to have a baseline. Information is power. If you don't know what to do, then forget it. You have to know where you are coming from so that you know, determine exactly where you are heading to. So we think it is important for us to have the initial, a baseline information in terms of our soil quality, because soils are the major problem of agriculture in this country. So we need to look at our soils. Of course, research has been ongoing in this particular area. It's not new. We look at the weather patterns and the crop health. These are key issues The second area is about after you have collected the data, what next? You need to plan. And you take necessary decisions in moving forward. So these are critical issues. And of course, after you've identified the issues, you need to have what? The required human resource in terms of delivery in those areas. So we looked at capacity building and training of the different commodity value chains, which are of importance to us as a nation. Rice, cassava, potato, and all of these are key in terms of our food security in this country. So, and after you've identified these, you've got the required manpower and the rest of it. Is that the end? No, you have to develop what? To see if actually these things are working. So either through what? Demonstration farms or pilot projects so that you can get things running. So I think these are the steps that we need to take in terms of precision agriculture. It's expensive and there are so many risks attached to it. So the policy support, there's also an element of policies of support in this area, and at the end, you need to determine if it is really getting the right, you are moving in the right monitoring and evaluation. This is also key in terms of, so we are looking at this, for example, in terms of precision farming technologies. The key stakeholders here, of course, we have identified as listed, and for the time frame, we are looking at 1 year, so that we can get the baseline information, so that we can get things running. Deliverables, of course, a baseline data on soil quality, weather patterns, and crop health. Not, leaving out animals per se, which is my own area of interest. So there will be training manuals for capacity building in precision agriculture for all the different crop value chains that we have, including livestock and crops. And of course, risks, weather variability, limited knowledge, and political instability could be risks in terms of attaining, precision farming technologies across this country. And when we look at the mitigation, diversifying crop portfolios, and even the animals. Of course, this is an old age tradition. Even our local farmers do take, mitigation by having in the same mixed cropping, in the piece of land. So that when one fails, the others, they will succeed in the others. So that's a very simple way of diversifying. And of course, the impact with precision agriculture has to do with increased productivity, resource efficiency, and a lot of economic benefits will be accrued from this one. Next. So now we are looking specifically on soil health and its management. So we are looking at what are the strategies. Soil health and its management is an area of research. And the strategies that we think we can, the steps that we need to take in this one, we are looking at soil fertility itself, nutrient level and soil structure, aim to optimize soil health through sustainable management practices. These are all key in terms of our research in addressing the issues of modern agriculture. So the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, of course, because it involves human resource development, accreditation, so as listed, it's the same. Duration, the time frame, 1 to 2 years for a start, and after which, we have to continue with this whole process. It's not going to be an ad hoc. It has to be a continuous process. So initially, we were looking at it to put the structures in place. It's about 1 to 2 years, and after which, deliverables, of course, the development of organic fertility products, and availability of soil fertility manual. This is very important. And presently, as we speak, there is an ongoing national soil survey, and I think the result will be out soon, and so farmers will be tempted to use information from that survey and know exactly where to farm, where not to farm, what to add to the soil, what are the deficiencies and the rest of it. I think that's very, very important for us as a nation moving forward. So heavy tillage on soil health, disruption of living organisms within the soil, breaking soil aggregates and practices. Even the use of our machines in this country, I think research has reported that the use of tractors, when you look at our soil profile, is destroying our very soils. So we have to be very careful. So information must be generated as to where to use heavy tractors or where not to use tractors. So I think that information is also very important. And mitigation strategies will be to promote agroforestry, crop rotation, terracing, and some of these ones are readily available and for adoption. So I think it will be a very good way in terms of improving our soils. And ultimately, it will lead to what? Increased yield, reduce input cost. Because if you know exactly the deficiencies from a particular plot of land, you know exactly what to add and not what to add. So by so doing, you're not just going to take fertilizer and look at it as fertilizer, but you know exactly what type of fertilizer to apply, and not every aspect of it you need to add. So that's one aspect. So the crop improvement also is another area of research, for us. And I think we develop crop varieties that are resilient to our local pests and diseases aimed at enhancing crop yields. The nutritional content is also a very important aspect because we are talking about food security and food and nutritional security. It's not just the food, but also the nutrition, of that food is very, very important. And of course, the institutions remain the same. Our international partners, financial institutions, and all of them will play a significant role in all of this. So duration, in terms of time frame, of course, it's ongoing. But you need to put structures in place within 1 to 2 years so that you get things up and running. Availability of high-quality climate-smart varieties and continuous use of local varieties, gene flow to local varieties. I think we are at a critical juncture where if we are not careful, the indiscriminate use of improved varieties imported without any regulation is going to create serious problems for us in this country. And we have observed such trends wherein you see maize being planted in 1 to 2 weeks, it tassels. We don't know. The conditions, the soils are good and everything, but there are genetically modified materials which we are not aware of. And there is a tendency of these materials to infiltrate, into this country. And we don't have the mechanism to determine if they are genetically modified or not. And if anybody just tries to, cultivate them and expose them to our local varieties, and we don't have the money to be constantly buying seeds from outside, it's going to be to endanger our farming communities. So we have to be aware of some of these developments. So livestock improvement, the same situation. And of course, what is important here is about improving animal health, the breeding. We need the breeds. Now, let me tell you something about, for example, especially small ruminants. There is a tendency, like I am from mile 91 or so, and as an elder, a big stakeholder, I'm always greeted with maybe a ram, and even during the Idul Adha, the time of sacrifice, you will observe that on board. And we don't have any breeding program where you can go and say, let me buy, a ram or a buck, because I want to keep them at home. Once you go to Dovecourt, these are slaughter animals. They are not breeding animals. So until such structures are put in place, wherein you can go and say, you want breeding animals, you are sold breeding animals. If you want slaughter animals, these are a different set of animals. So we need to distinguish that. If you want breeding animals to keep in your farm, don't go to cow yard. What you get are diseased animals that are already slated for slaughter. They've spent their productive life. So these are some of the situations that we need to take into consideration. Okay, so that's for livestock improvement. There is a whole lot of areas for research. Can we move on, please? Climate smart agriculture. Also, Jala, we have a module that we have developed on this in collaboration with FAO. And I think it is part of our teaching, courses, one of the subjects that we teach, at Jala in terms of climate smart agriculture. Post-harvest management, of course, is key to reduce losses, right across. And of course, as listed, I may not need to go through the information is readily available. and market access and value chain. These are all important elements in terms of acquiring food security and the right to food. Because there is food security and also the right to food. We all have the right to food as humans, but we have to acquire the food in a dignified manner, not in a situation where food will be thrown from the air in an aircraft. No, that's not a dignified way of getting food. So food must be acquired in a dignified way, and I think we need to emphasize some of these things. And market access and value chain. So I think we have captured most of the information here, and there's a lot, to say. But I would think we are constrained with time, and we can still populate some of the missing information and send it to our to the secretariat. We can do that. I would like to stop here. These are the members of the group. Myself and Dr. Monya, Dr. Melvin George, Samson Rahman, Memuna Kadisawi, and Aisata Kamanda. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Prof. Wait. Just wait. Thank you very much for the presentation,
yes, sir.
Professor Sise. I will take the first shot.
Yes, sir.
Given the fact that, not to be the keep fast. There's a lot of food you can get from non-tree forest products.
Yes, sir.
So we would like you to probably do a little bit of work and add fisheries and forestry into this. Yes, Kaisam, you can now ask your question. The man who was afraid to be asked questions.
A quick one. Did you say the cow taken to the slaughterhouse are infected?
Well, most of them, they are spent animals.
And so if they're infected,
they are not breeding animals. I'm differentiating between slaughter, and breeding animals. An animal that is taken to cowyard is not fit for breeding. They have outlived their productive life. They are there for slaughter. So if you intend to keep animals in your backyard or wherever, that is not the best place to go and acquire those animals, because they are meant for slaughter. You see? So that's, yeah.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, okay.
My friend to my right is begging for a question.
Yes, sir.
So,
yeah. Yes, sir.
Which lead to the fixing of phosphorus in the soil, and therefore use fertilizers in the soil, because some people just dump the fertilizers blindly without testing how much phosphorus is already there, although fixed or not fixed. Did you consider the management, special management of these soils in terms of liming, etc.?
I think that's part of the research. Where, of course, we have a national STI that can tell us, what we have in our soil. Generally we know our soils are very acidic, and so lime is required, but not right across the country in the same amounts. So the soil survey will help us to determine how much of these elements are deficient in our soils and how much we already have. So that you can cut down on cost. You don't just look, one size fits all. These are some of the areas where we can cut down on cost if we know exactly what is in our soils and what is not.
okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Please write questions and comments and send to the Secretariat. I have not written my own comments, but I suspect you've taken notes. That's the privilege of a chairman, being chairman. Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause? We will get group number 2, Professor Dia.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. We are supposed to present our findings on health. Okay, so basically, please can you scroll up? We identified 5 research priority areas. The first one is using technology to improve communication among healthcare professionals and institutions. In other words, how to create a network between the different healthcare institutions as well as among healthcare professionals. And the concept is the concept of telemedicine, whereby you as a professional, you are here, and then you can actually communicate with other healthcare professionals to give better care for your patients. In a country like Sierra Leone, for example, a specialist can be in the teaching hospital, whereas a community health officer can be somewhere in the district, and he is sitting down there with a patient to whom he wants to, and then he has some issues. So he can basically log in, okay, if that portal is available, and then discuss with, with other healthcare professionals elsewhere and get advice, okay? And the advantage of that really is because patients are given better care, and also there is a reduction in inter-hospital transfers we are going to see. Okay, so basically how do we implement this? We are looking at first to identify the gaps, and that will be through research, okay? And then when you identify the gaps, then you can now do some interventional studies, design some studies that are supposed to deal with those gaps, okay? And then finally, based on your findings from number 2, you can implement those findings and then translate them into practice. Basically, those are the stakeholders, and we are giving a conservative estimate of 3 years. It can be more. It depends on how it is, how people are serious about it. Improving the flow from the lab stroke research to healthcare professionals, that is from lab to the field. What you discover nowadays is that 80 to 90% of research is going on in most research labs, in most hospitals. They never ever actually affect the clinical practice. So that is why the concept of translational research has come up. In other words, you try as much as possible to do researches that can be translated into to practice, okay? And then one of the best ways of doing it is to actually have a database of what you have, the current researches you are doing. So if we have such a central database, or it can be there should be funding. And one concept that can be used, for example, is the type that is being done in Nigeria, that is state fund. In that country, 5% of profits, most of the buildings are. And then they also have funding applied to preventive and clinical medicine. The truth is, individuals in the communities who can actually contribute technologically to what we are talking about. And this basically does not have to be, limited to health alone. It can help involve, identify the important, really. Now, this was what was done in India, in which even from when the children are growing up, such innovative thinking and co is built that as they are growing up, they tend to think that way. For example, what we were talking about in our group is, the example that was given was that, for example, around Easter, small children, they look forward to wearing beautiful clothes, that children will look forward to partaking in some kind of innovative activities that will bring out the, the skills, the innovation in them that can be harnessed, identified. Finally, it is also important to include intellectual property rights for those innovations from the community. Government, universities, but number 3, community leaders and philanthropists. That is extremely important. I'm sure it riding along, dragging a contraption that he has, fabricated on his own, if they are encouraged. Something good. Right now in Masanga Hospital, they have a 3D. Right now in Masanga Hospital, they have a 3D printer. And what that 3D, for those who had amputations and co. Okay, they will measure it and everything, and they will print out the prosthetic. Okay, reasons to buy from abroad. Okay, those are the ways to do about it. Okay, so there must be a portfolio, a system put in place to identify such technologies that can be easily utilized. Identify, when you go online now and you look, for example, you will see that, you will see a list of the 10 conditions, diseases that, the 10 top conditions that are killing Sierra Leoneans. That's the kind of thing we are talking. When you identify that, which is of course is based on data, then you can now focus on such. Okay, so that is what we are saying there, and those are the priority areas. Now, this is on template B. Okay, now based on our priority areas, using technology to improve communication, those are the potential risks. Okay, the first one is non-availability of technology. If you don't have internet, for example, if you don't have GSM, there's no way that you are going to use telemedicine to contact anybody, okay? And they can be misused. And then there are also ethical concerns involved in this. Privacy, okay, justice, equity, and all those ones. Those are important ethical considerations that should be put into consideration. Lack of infrastructure, of course, is important. Poor funding, and of course, political will everywhere. Now, risk mitigation, how to mitigate those ones include providing ICT and other infrastructure, training on ethics and telemedicine, providing funding and advocacy, especially when people are reluctant to buy into this. And the impacts are very, very great. There is going to be improved patient care. There's no doubt about it. If a patient is sitting down in Kenema, is seeing a patient, seeing a CHO who otherwise would have told that patient, please go to Freetown. But the CHO picked up his phone, called a doctor in Connaught and said, I have this patient, what should I do? And the patient, the CHO gets those information, pass it on to the patient. Patient doesn't have to go anywhere. He gets the appropriate treatment sitting down there, and you have a very satisfied patient with you. Such a patient is not likely to go and patronize traditional traditional providers. So it is extremely important you have increased. Of course, it costs. It has a huge cost saving to the patient who don't have to travel anywhere, to the institution as well as to the government. So it is huge in terms of a cost saving, okay? And of course, patient is satisfied, and you don't have to refer your patient. Improving the flow from the lab research to clinicians, okay? Lack of skill, that is extremely important. That is there. Reluctance, okay? Sometimes physicians, healthcare practitioners generally, they don't want to change. Okay, so for you to change what they are doing can be very, very difficult. So for that, you need advocacy and training, okay, and then funding and political will. Please, can we move up? Okay, number 3, identify local innovations that can be applied to preventive and clinical practice. The first risk there is cultural apathy. Okay, people might not be interested, might not care, there may be religious objections, okay, gender issues, and finally, the professional, the healthcare professional, sometimes they will look down on those community-based sourced innovation and say, oh, I'm not going to use that. It's not what this, it's not that. So for those ones, you need plenty of advocacy. Okay, you need to provide funding and then also promote research. Okay, and basically, if you can do this, the care, I mean, there's improved care. Okay, and then most of the time also at a reduced cost. Number 5 is identify and improve management of priority health conditions. Okay, one of the major problem with that is the poor existing research. If there's no good research on ground, you are not going to be able to identify such conditions. Okay, also the lack of a central database. Okay, lack of infrastructure, poor funding. Okay, and of course, if there's low research skills among healthcare professionals and academics, the research output is going to be low. So you need to train your workforce, okay, especially in research and ethics, okay, and then establish a national stroke institutional-based data repositories, okay. Funding is extremely important. And the benefit from this is huge, because if you identify your priority areas, then you'll be able to allot resources appropriately without wasting resources. So thank you very much. The 4 members of the great groups are listed there. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. My only comment is that there may be need to improve on the clarity of some of these points. The points, but improve on the clarity. And it should be laconic. And conic, conic person. So fill the gaps.
You were the one harassing us in this group.
They're not laconic. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. But if we are to look into the research areas, I think all those items that you have mentioned are not potential research area. So what we are expecting, actually, like talking about vaccine, research of vaccine is a possible area. Use of, let's say, these indigenous plants, how can you extract those materials to develop into medicines? Those are research areas, and perhaps other areas, but if you look at those items, they are not research-oriented items. So that's my own concern.
Debated. Okay. We are looking at this list. The 10 different conditions. Okay, priority areas, we categorize them, but then we look at it. We want a situation where you actually have an holistic approach. Now, if you look at the vaccine that we were talking about, if you scroll through these ones, okay, if you scroll to the last one, which says to identify the priority areas, that comes into it. Once you identify those priority areas, and then your facts, how do you, if you identify, for example, malaria is the greatest killer in the country now, okay, followed by lower respiratory tract diseases. The third one, I think, is heart conditions, and then you have stroke up to number 10. Okay, how do you combat malaria? No, that's your way you look at it. This is a more holistic approach, okay? If you now decide that you want to face individual diseases, cool. But this one goes beyond treating individual diseases. It goes, yesterday we were talking about interconnections, okay? So this one goes into that. In fact, we have those one listed in our, what do you call it, supplementary something. Yeah. Yeah. Please scroll up, scroll up.
What we are looking at specifically is just like you're answering a question. If the question has subsets, A, B, C, D, if the first set is wrong, then obviously all other subsequent pathway may be very, very challenging. Let's look at the research area. Let's look at research area number 1, using technology to improve communication among healthcare. We need a concrete, tangible research area. Concrete, tangible research area.
That's your own view. You can pick several concrete research areas. You can pick telemedicine. Aha. You don't have, it's a national policy.
No dialogue, no dialogue. No. Who would?
If we
No.
add the word how.
Just I observed. This is supposed to be generic for people to go in and then develop further. Bullet point. That's one the problem is we don't have the time. It's already 1:30, and we say we should be out. We should be finished with 1:30. There are two more. Two more. So just send whatever to your. Thank you very much. Robots. Dr. Susan Roberts. Where?
Yeah. Good afternoon, all. This is Group 4, and I'm going to present on priority area 4, which is human capital development. Human capital development is a key determinant to all the other clusters. In fact, human capital development was the flagship program of the New Direction government under the leadership of Brigadier Retired Julius Maada Bio. Okay. Under this, we have about 4 research areas. The first is curriculum development, review and alignment. Over the years, there has been constant call from stakeholders for curriculum to be aligned with the needs of the labor market and the changing dynamics of the job space. For us, the implementation strategy for this is firstly to engage stakeholders, conduct a baseline needs assessment, town hall meetings, and also through student perception surveys. The last one is mainly in universities, colleges, or polytechnics. And the stakeholders identified, though not exhaustive, are the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, MBSSE, TEC, NCTVA, TSC, and other stakeholders linked to education. And the time frame is 1 to 2 years. And at the end of the day, we'll be able to have a framework or a concise or complete syllabus which teachers, lecturers can use. The potential risks there, we have financial, compliance, and reputational risk. And how to mitigate the risks is one, through the development of policies, we identify risk, that is the nature and extent of the principal risk that can affect such, and at the end of the day, develop a risk register. And the potential impact, firstly, that will help stabilize the educational system. Again, it will help in quality enhancement and improvement, and also international partners can reference these criteria and standards. The second research area is strengthening education at all levels. And some of the strategies that we think can be adopted, one is routine monitoring at all levels, being basic, senior secondary school, higher education, TVET, or even the universities. And these are the stakeholders identified. And this can be an ongoing process. At the end of the day, you'll be able to develop a monitoring, evaluation, and learning reports that can be used. And some of the potential risks are financial, and again, failure to provide up-to-date report. If there is no concise reporting template, there is the tendency that those who will report provide up-to-date reports. And the risk mitigation, firstly, to develop standards and guidelines on monitoring and reporting. The potential impact will be able to provide data and information which will guide or which will help improve educational performance. The second aspect is to engage stakeholders for the development of the National Qualifications Framework and benchmark minimum academic and professional standards. We all know that these are the key stakeholders: MTHE, MBSSE, TEC, NCTVA, TSC, TEIs, Ministry of Labor, to name but few. And that can be done between 1 to 2 years. And at the end of the day, we'll be able to develop a national qualification framework and the benchmark minimum academic and professional standards upon which higher education institutions can be referenced. And some of the challenges there, or the risks, are financial, compliance, operational, and even reputational. I will not delve into them. And the risk mitigation strategies, effective monitoring, then fines for non-compliance. And at the end of the day, we'll be able to have a national document stakeholders can reference. The third aspect is engagement with donor partners, government, and other stakeholders on resources mobilization to support education. These were the stakeholders identified there, the period 1 to 3 years, and at the end of the day, when these are undertaken, we have resources available to support teaching and learning at all levels. But the major risk there has to do with financial risk. But in order to address this, it's good for us to develop an educational fund that can be all inclusive at all levels for basic, senior, and even tertiary education. And again, the TET fund, but the TET fund can be mainly for tertiary education institution. And at the end of the day, there will be adequate resources to support educational programs. The third area is strengthening social protection for the poor and vulnerable. And the implementation strategies can be through income support, business grants, and also health support through the SLREN. And these are the stakeholders identified, though too not exhaustive. And the time frame for this is ongoing. And the deliverable for this is, this can help improve on the livelihood of inhabitants. And the potential risks are identified there: financial, low coverage due to finance availability, high leakages, poor coordination mechanism, and many more. And in order to mitigate this, firstly, there should be effective monitoring and also exhaustive reports, and again, carry out audits. It can be through internal or external audits. And at the end of the day, there will be improvement on living standards of beneficiaries. The last is manpower planning and needs assessment. And that can be done through, the implementation is through labor market survey, and these are some of the stakeholders identified. That can be ongoing process, and at the end of the day, we will have a comprehensive labor market survey report. Though the risks there will help on, to mitigate this risk, is good for us to train data collectors and the use of online data collection platform. And lastly, on the potential impact that can help make up for to be trained in order to meet the emerging technologies. And these were the stakeholders. Is good risk is we can have time off from job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tinka Kuruma, for the presentation. Tinka Kamara for the presentation. Do we have any questions?
There's formal and informal education.
Informal sectors development and all that.
Okay, so please take note. If it's not already there.
It's implied.
It's implied, I know, because this like TC's roadmap. But no, it's good that at least we are scaling it up. It's very good that it, and they will incorporate. Thank you. A big round of applause. Well, now the last. We save the best for the last.
Good afternoon, all. Address this cohesion and security. We target 5 research areas. 1, the national peace. Implementation strategies, peace dialogue amongst political parties. Like this tripartite arrangement that is going on among the ruling government and the opposition. And the stakeholders, all head of political parties must be involved in the process, and the time frame is a continuous process. Okay, nationwide sensitization, engaging and educating stakeholders on, as well as citizens on the principles of good governance. That we targeted, we say the entire country to do sensitization on national cohesion, and it's a continued process. And then we say that must be done quarterly. 4, promoting civic education in schools. as the present government now is promoting this one, at least if we teach our children in schools, that can enable them to prevent most issues that is coming up in the country now. It should be taught as a subject in all schools level to improve one national values that guide the actions and behavior of citizens. We target the Ministry of Information and Civil Education, which have the responsibility now, and the Ministry of Basic Educations, and the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. And we say that will be a continuous process because, can we done? Okay, 5, the final one. Improve on the national cyber security. This is more sensitive security area. And say that we engage stakeholders involved in cyber security. And then we involve the ONS, which they responsibly manage all the security aspects. And the Ministry of Communication, Technology and Innovation. So that can be done yearly. Go. Okay, our deliverables. A sign of peace strategy that the MOU between political parties, like the one that is going on between the government and the All People's Congress, something like that. Potential risks, political party defaulting the MOU, risk mitigation, enforce a penalty for defaulters, and potential impact, both parties owing to their national responsibilities and agreement. We said 90% of the population will be sensitized on the national cohesion responsibilities. That is very important for them to be aware on all of what is going on. Not everyone will be willing and ready to accept their national cohesion responsibilities. That is to recognize all award will be given to encourage stakeholders and citizens that complied on that. We say the country will have an empowered and educated citizens that will drive the implementations of the national cohesion and security within a more physical and digital secure nations. That is for the security. We think of that, the after effect of that will be a coup d'etat and national instability. And we said frequent review on the security forces, their offices, and the standard of security operating their procedures. That's also important. A peaceful, safe, and united Sierra Leone, that's very, very important for all. And fourthly, say a willing and educated population. That's the decision. And then we say refusal to accept the education's insufficient funding, which is good. And for securing sufficient funds, defaulters will face the law. And finally, proper conflict management, peace building, and empower law-abiding citizens. 5. And we say for a digital safe country for the cyber security, increase in cyber crimes and attack, enforce street laws, cyber laws. I think the government have it now. I think they are working on it. Reduce cyber attacks and cyber confidentialities. Goes up. Potential, yes. We are 3 members, and we also try our best because we are not 100% security. So we are engineers, ICT consultants. We are not security, but we try our best to put something in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I would just bring something to your notice, which probably you should add. Yes. Under cyber security, there is need for training at all levels, I will not say why, but something came to our notice recently, and that is something which we want to scale up once we get the full report. So you should probably put that at the national level.
Okay.
Training of people at all levels in cybersecurity.
Okay.
We have a
Noted.
We have a big
We
risk.
can add it. We can add it.
Any other question or suggestions? Okay.
Thank you, sir. In the stakeholders, you didn't include the community people, the farmer chiefs, the vigilantes, and the rural level. They are also very important, and they play a very active role in protecting their environment, especially the rural communities. I think let them be included. Some of them are not part of the policy capacity, but they are like the rural structures. They are also very key.
But we say nationwide.
Please write it down.
Yes, but that's comment. We say nationwide, but yes, all citizen.
No,
Yeah, specific on a particular.
no,
yes.
I think she's right.
Yes, we
She's
can
right.
include it, sir.
Include it.
Yeah, we can include it, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Any other?
Doc, thank you.
Yes, comment? Yeah. Engineer Lai?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, about the kush. That's good. Thank you very much, engineer. Noted. We will add it on the chat area.
Mr. Kuruma, a round of applause. And thank you. In general, I think there is need for complete review of what has been submitted. And we hope the Secretariat will contact the relevant people for their inputs. You can maybe get a small group to do a post-workshop review, and you fine-tune the document. Let me thank all of us for our various contributions, and we are sure it's not all exhaustive, but definitely we've captured most of the key issues in all the 6 groups, and I want to thank you for your efforts. We'll now break for lunch. There will be a small closing section, Section 7, which will be handled by the Chair, Director Kaira. You would handle that, eh? You would handle the Section 7. We can't close now because we'll go for lunch, maybe 20 minutes. You come back and you do the closing. Director Kaira. You want to say something? Announcements? No, not a close now. We'll go to come back.
Before you go.
I want to thank all the group leaders and members and for the presenters. I think this is a very good job that has been done, and we do appreciate very much. All the inputs, questions and comments that have been made during the presentations, we are going to collate and see how we can get it, complete it into the final document. So I think we go out for lunch, and when we come back, we are going to talk about establishing the task force for the implementation. And after establishing the task force, we now look at some administrative arrangements and then we close for the day. How do we see that? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
You say this tax force, both the team was in there, one, we know they
that we have developed carries the aspirations of stakeholders in science, technology, and innovation. And so as we get the implementation plan underway, be assured that it is going to be an open affair in which, from time to time, you'll be called upon to give updates on where we are. I want to particularly thank those who traveled from outside Freetown. You know, when your boss gives you a work and he or she comes back to see how effective that work is being done, even without the boss commending you, you feel some cool air over your head, and that's what you did for me. Because when the ministers were here yesterday, I mean, they are very much impressed, one, at the caliber of the people around the room, and the enthusiasm and involvement that everybody actually showed in the discussions. And that has been reiterated by the FCDO rep that actually sponsored this activity. Before she came, she had asked us to see how she can interact with her researchers. I'm sure she was not very clear on the constitution of the people who will be in the workshop. So I just engaged her before she left. I said, so you were talking about interaction with the researchers, or research community in the country. So you want to talk to people now? And she told me, I've already spoken to them. I said, because the room was filled with all of them, and I've listened to them, I've seen how involved all of them were in the conversations, and I think she left very much satisfied. So I'm sure if we can go back to beg, there is some light at the end of the tunnel for us. So I want to thank all of you very much, the coordinators, the group leaders, and everybody here. You are very much appreciated. And I hope anytime we call upon you, I hope you also make us proud by answering our call. Thank you, Dr. Songo. You know, Dr. Songo, he's somebody you can disturb. He has a cushion to absorb disturbances. And I get thrilled to do that. We'll quarrel from morning till midnight. Before we start, we quarrel, and when we close, we quarrel. We have quarreled 2 times this morning, and we'll continue. Thank you, Dr. Samba Sise, and everybody involved in putting this workshop together. Professor Redusoya is not here, but he is the coordinator of everything. Until the morning of the workshop, he was still in contact. About 2 hours ago, he was online to see how we are going. And of course, I've already reported that everything went very well. You know, one thing around the room, well, maybe it was a category that we called that actually selected against us. But for the few of us that are here, and you know the ones I'm saying us, I want to appreciate you all. Dr. Yuzeba Kanu, Dr. Aisata Kamanda, Mrs. Memunatu, Glenna, and my young lady, Isistem. I want to thank you all. I think we are representing the face of women in STI. Let us be the ambassadors for the younger girls and the other women to come on board. Thank you once more for everybody, for everything, and I wish you a safe journey to your various destinations. Regarding the task force, it is something we have decided to put aside until Professor Redusoya comes. And whatever decision we take, we'll communicate to all of you later. When we put the documents together, we'll share with the group leaders. Once more, thank you. I hope everybody has got some administrative arrangements. Thank you.
So, let's see.